Happy Sunday, everyone. Hopefully your weekend went well. We're here today to continue with our Till the End Walker. Last time we kind of told everyone what was going on, or what we needed to do, what was happening with the final days, what needed to be done. Brought that to the forum. Managed to help them out enough that they are letting us potentially this in on their secret. We got to see their cool ship. And now we're going down to potentially meet Hydaelyn through the Atellioscope. Now, we were forewarned that spirits of the past, memories of the past may linger down there. So I felt like we want to bring some of our oldest friends along for the ride, which would mean Thancred, Y'shtola, and Urianger. The problem is, Urianger is a healer, so we can't do healer. I've been doing some side quest stuff, cleaning up the map of all side quests, and even still had to do a couple roulettes, but we have our plan B. We bring the violence.
Victory will be ours.
Our fates are not yet sealed.
So let us go. Let us cause some violence. Let us find Hydaelyn. And see what lies at the heart of our star. In the ethereal sea.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent.
Very concerned in combat. Alright. If you haven't seen Reaper yet, ooh, you're in for a fun time. Pretty unaware, Reaper has a symbiotic bond with a void scent known as the Avatar. It's what... It keeps popping up like right there. And so your basic combat is smacking things up to get your energy up to start using the Avatar. Fill up the first bar to use abilities to fill up the second bar. But once that second bar is full, then we get into some advanced violence. Thancred, please grab all the enemies before I go. And advanced violence! We love us our advanced violence. It's a very, very dynamic melee job, where you don't really have to worry too much about positionals, except for when you're using Gibbet and Gallows. Though, you know, you get all this stuff as you level up, so you don't get all these fun tools. Like, in Shroud, you don't even get to, like 80. And a lot of the fun bits of it, you also don't get until far later. Like, these secondary hits. Unfortunately. But, you know, once you have almost the full kit, it's pretty nice. Like, the only one that I think I keep forgetting about is Solso, which you get at 82. It's a nice big hit that you can ready instantly out of combat. Like so. Or it has a long casting time in combat for like when you're in downtime. You can charge it up for a nice big 600 potency hit. The threats of the past. Lord Sloppy, hello. He's full of hate. So much hate. This Aether, Papalimo, his will given form. And this is why I brought these three. In my trust leveling, these are the ones who have the most reactions to what happens down here. Unfortunately, Graha kind of just has very vague statements. Alice doesn't really say anything until the very end. Estinian talks, has a line for one whole character in here. And Alphino, unfortunately, is just, Mr. Exposition. He just points out who it is, rather than saying anything about it. He just says their name. Like for Papalimo there, he just says, Papalimo! That's it. So I wanted to bring the people who, you know, are most touched by all this. Though I will say, Alphino has some funny comments regarding the bosses. So that may be worth checking out if that's your thing. I think he says something like along the lines for this one of, you know, you're as big as your ego now, or something along those lines. I forgot the exactsies. It's been a while since I brought him in here. Hang with Tancred for a little bit here. It's the safe spot. Though, you know, I say that these three are the ones that seem to have the most conversations in here. It's not like I've gone through with every single combination to see if they have personal interactions with each other in here that I might have missed. I was not that thorough. Down with you.
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you.
Joker of slang, huh? Give me that. Said, give me that. I want it, and I want it now. Thank you. The funny thing is, I did break some coffers to make sure I was geared enough on Reaper for this, because I kept just turning in side quests.
The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
So, my Reaper is actually currently better geared than my Sage. As you might have noticed in the gear sets. I'm kind of at odds about saying, you know, like all what I said earlier about like who, you know, who to bring because who says what. Obviously, it's gonna be your choice in the end. But I wonder, like me saying that there's one person that at the very least, we had to bring Urianger for that. After his closure, I think he deserves getting to say, you know, get to see Mumbretta one last time. And here's the one that Estinian responds to. Heart chiffon. As one would probably guess, because you figure, hey, which one would Estinian know? The one from Ishgard. The funny thing about Reaper, I gotta say, is I very frequently want to just, like, hold off on using the, Shrouded form. So I have it for, like, boss fights and stuff. I can use it right from the get-go, so I can just save it up. So there have been lots of fights where I'm literally killing things slower for the trash because I specifically want to get these bars up and ready. Get my boss prep going. Like, we would have been done so much more damage at this point if I had just, you know, gone demon form and just beat the crap out of them. Use my devil trigger, as it were. Instead, here I am, saving everything up so when we get to our next boss, we can just punch it in the teeth really, really hard from the get-go. So who's next? Surprised? He finally gets his rematch, as it were. You get this near full kit going, you can be in void form for a disturbingly long time if you as you just kind of go through all of your tools. You get a lot of tools that give you a lot of energy by around 89. Plentiful Harvest definitely helps a lot with that. Here we go, we're back. Having energy for more. For more violence. A lot of void screaming. Throws curveball. Not that we're gonna fall for it, of course. Instead, what if more Angry Demon time? More Shun Goku Satsu. We're almost done here. Oh, cool. Somehow I got two of the same item in my first time here on this run. Cool. Now we go down the up staircase. Of course, we have to see her here. The one that's probably been with the longest. Well, from the start, I guess, would be another way to put it. With the Scions, at least, because we do meet the twins at the very start on our cart ride in. course, is why we have to bring Thancred. Urianger and Thancred, I think, are two required ones. You could probably swap out Plenty for the third. But Y'shtola is part of this core crew, and she seems to have a lot of conversations with Thancred and Urianger through here, so I had to bring these three. Even if it meant a little bit more work making sure I got a DPS up and ready for this, rather than fully running through healer. Now, if it would reward me for that by giving me some healing equipment, so I can actually catch the healer up in gear-wise, would be appreciated. Also, I guess a fun thing that I'm pretty sure most people figure out already, but I'll just note the thing. The dot here, Death's Design, actually goes up to 60, even though your hit only gives 30, so you want to hit it twice just to maximize it out. But yeah, as mentioned before, unfortunately, like, the twins barely see anything. Like, Alisei says one thing at the very end, comments on the last boss. Alfredo just yells out who it is. Papa Libo! Well, Brit, like, so if you don't remember the names, you can use him to remind you who it is. Because he'll just say who it is. Unfortunately, Graha does not have a lot of ties with them, so he has a lot of empty kind of, you know, very generic statements towards them, like, no, we'll carry on for you, like, good boy things, but they don't have that same link. And Estinian only comments on Harchefon, so. In the end, there was only one choice for which three to bring in here. Now, see, I actively went against my gut reaction to not use any of that and just have this fight to take longer so I could have double full bars going into the boss. But we'll manage. And of course, who's dead that you think hates us the most?
Is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons.
Hi again, Ammon Daniel. Hermes. Herman Daniel. There we go, that's your name. Herman Daniel. Yeah, like literally, Alisei just comments on him being here. That's it. Let's open some violence on him. I will say...
Persist in this folly no longer. The stage is set.
That for a guy that we basically killed a third of the way through the story. Van Daniel still manages to be a problem. That's his right, by the way.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction.
One last friend. Unfortunately, no one comments on that.
What a glorious audience you are.
Not even for Estinian or Alphino. For the guys, if you're wondering how to know how to dodge that, it's following the lightning moving down. Can you not, please? Thank you. Yeah. We get to fight him 3 times during this expansion.
Make ready.
Him as Zodiarch, him as Hermes, and now him in his favorite form of Amon. Dude has surprising staying power for dying in the first trial. And through all of it, he's had a heavy effect on everything that's happened in this expansion.
Lies. All lies.
No, it's true. You've been really busy.
Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies.
I won't stand for it. We're here too. And finally get the final piece of the Reaper puzzle. And of course, aiming. Sure, fine. Just continue to have, Unfortunately, I can't switch back to Sage for this, so we're going to be watching this cutscene in Reaper form. Hope no one minds. Still stylish. Just in a different way. Ouch!
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to him.
Come to deal the coup de grace.
We tried 3 times and it hasn't taken yet, so I don't know.
Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all. How would you know that name?
Wow, for someone who's watching us fight the inevitable, you missed one of the keyest parts there.
Then it was you. In Elpis. With them itself. The final pieces.
I don't know why, but the way he says that has always sounded to me like, you know, like he's solved the mystery in Clue. It was you in the red room with the candlestick. Ha! The pieces finally fall into place. I know who killed Colonel Mustard.
In days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes.
So Kairos didn't actually fully erase the memory, rewrite over the memories.
Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed.
Makes you wonder what Hades had gone through.
It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Daniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul.
Which could probably explain his kind of, the whole idea that Graha had about souls having a personality. Memories like that could be etched on the soul itself, and even if you can't remember them, they may shape who you are. And so, of course, Ammon having to deal with a repeat of what happened in Elpis would be like that, and also would just be well inclined to become more nihilistic when for a second time he got told, there was no meaning in life. Everything goes away when you die.
Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth. From one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emmett Selk adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis?
If he is, he's gotta be ticked that he forgot about all that. Though again, could explain why he was so willing to work with us and put his hopes and trusts into us. If he had some lingering fragments of those memories just tugging at him the entire time.
How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amaron in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly.
Now, if I wanted to be fun, I could have leveled like Machinist or Dancer and came in here wearing the full Amon outfit, because I have that. But I figured that would have been giving too much away.
But make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end.
You sure?
I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world, his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception.
I don't know about that. It's a very dark way of looking at humanity.
So sacred, so precious. Why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning.
And it comes all the way back again for trying to find out people's purpose, their meaning for living. Even if they die. Or destined to die.
To live is to suffer. And I would end that suffering by my own hand.
And rather than accept that suffering and, grow from it and understand that the world isn't going to be perfect, can never be perfect, he just wants to get rid of it. Which, if he had been paying attention to Medion at all, and even the Loporits mention that trying to just, get rid of everything bad is folly. It's going to bring your own downfall.
It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution. That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt.
Is part of you still in there, Hermes?
As my search reached its end.
Because even when you got the answer to Medion, you wanted to struggle against it.
Was this the only way? After all these years, is this
The answer I was hoping for.
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last.
So, real talk?
Van Dam. Still clinging to existence, I see.
I completely forgot who this was at first. Like, I knew the voice, but I couldn't place it.
You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls.
Just because he...
Do
As he had, he had a bit of a part to play back in Stormblood, but ever since, his voice has been used by Hydaelyn himself.
we prisoners to memory, watching as the world turns.
And even after getting beaten up by his sister, he's been holding on out of pure spite down here.
Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Asahi?
Hi, Asahi. Alphano doing his thing of yelling out who it is. Thank you.
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you.
Hey, bowl cut.
Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist.
Asahi, still a prat.
But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance.
And apparently he learned X-Zone down here.
Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus.
I'm sending you to the Shadow Realm.
Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
Of course, we're just sitting here watching. As much as I kind of don't like Hermes,
Even here. Even now.
I can kind of understand where he's coming from. It's no exaggeration to say that everything that's happened this entire expansion and kind of the whole situation with the entire plot of 14 is kind of his fault. If you think about it.
You have every right to hate me. For the fool I was. For the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. A tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
I can see the reasoning for why he was doing what he did, even if I don't accept it or think it was the right way. Well, because obviously it wasn't the right way, considering what hell it caused. Having that hindsight of what happened because of it. Alright, jump in the X-Zone too, Asahi. Go away.
Don't try to follow me.
Why would I?
I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise, I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Like, what would you do, Asahi? You got beat up by your sister back in Stormblood 2 expansions ago. Would you just flail uselessly at me? Mandark called. He wants his bowl cut back. He acts like he could have been any sort of threat to us. We're not going to stand around for 5 minutes for you to let Exome grab us. Self-important little prick all the way to the end. You will not be missed. Hermes, I can at least feel a shred of compassion for. Asahi, yeah. Screw him. In lighter news.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Light.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge.
That's about the line I think that made me realize it really much is a closed loop. This is that same Vana.
I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless that our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy.
One last challenge.
Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, then. Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now. I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day.
Every other day, at least.
Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Like, seriously, we've had dealt with, gods and primals for quite a lot of this.
The question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
Funny thing is, the first time we came through here, I forgot what the question was, but now I think I remember which one it is. It's the one that got interrupted on the bridge. And of course, the one trial. You can do with the trust. And something that probably a lot of people have seen. We know Graha can be every role. But did you know Urianger and Thancred can also switch over to a DPS role for this? So if you bring a tank and you don't want to tank with Thancred, you want to tank with Graha, he can go basically rogue / ninja. And Urianger apparently goes Arcanist. Lithomancer here. Double Sage may not be the way to go, but I still feel like I do it better than Alphino, so let's show Vana what we've learned. The strength of our will and our conviction.
Last of my kind shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
The last of the ancients. I had a feeling they would both end. Like it was kind of implied that both Zodiac and Hydaelyn, the whole situation would be wrapped up in this expansion. But as I mentioned way back earlier, I always thought that we would be gaining her power and fighting Xenos, who was hyped up on Zodiac power.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? Change of arms. May the test continue.
Hold still. Hold still.
Where near or far.
Oh, come on. I avoided that. Whatever. Which one? Alphino, please. I'm actually curious. Yeah. Urianger is a summoner. Oh. 4 corners. Ah, come on. I am not showing this off very well, my knowledge of this fight.
Something special for you. Something special for you.
Apologies for that. Which one this time?
By blade.
There we go. It's like, I know these mechanics. Please, can I stop screwing them up on stream?
Crystals of light. To me. Here. The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise.
Alcé! Why'd you jump away?
Find your way in the darkness.
Alcé, how could you do this? Alcé, why?
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back.
And there's the drop kick.
By crystal's light. Light on me. Refulgence eternal.
There! There's the safe place right there! I'm amused that like Ariandra's sitting there with a carbuncle. When that's kind of an Alphanos thing for the longest time. Alright.
Near or far.
Of course. It's okay. Obviously, because it's on stream, I'm gonna have to flail around to make things bad. No.
By blade.
Thanks for running away from me, everyone! I swear I know how this fight goes, I swear. I blame it. Us streaming it.
Strength of will to alter man's fate.
Hold still.
Funny thing is, I don't think I only got knocked out all of once in my normal playthrough, so go figure.
May the test continue.
And here I am trying to show it all off, and I'm just failing all over the place. Okay, now, nice in and close then. There.
Hold still.
Light unyielding.
Alpha, no, please. I say after, being the one that wiped the fight previously.
Hold still.
Alpha, no, get back. What? I put the shield on the wrong one, didn't I? Everyone in close this time, please. There we go.
Hold still.
By blade.
Here we go. Doing slightly better this time.
Crystals of light. To me. Here. The soul of creation's end.
Okay, how'd that almost kill me? Was I just not far enough to the side?
Sorrow and hope's demise.
I'll say this time, don't get yourself killed, please. Thank you.
Think. Find your way in the darkness.
It's because I was not just all the way as far over as I could be. We're fine. Oh. Might help if I'm hitting the right button. Rather than, the heal button.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved. Away with you. This test is far from over. By crystal's light.
Allow me.
Sorry if I'm being a lot more quiet. I'm wanting to pay attention this time so I'm not making a fool of myself.
Light unyielding.
Everyone's nice and full on health. We're good. I haven't died like an idiot this time at all. Yep. I really need to pay more attention to the map because its layout really helps tell you Here we go.
Succumb not to fear.
There we go. How about no, Vana? I love that skill so much for those things.
Allow me.
Light unyielding.
Oh wait. Thancred is second now instead of third. Oops. I've been throwing my my shields in the wrong place entirely.
Hold still. You cannot stop us.
Where near or far.
No. There we go. This is what I was hoping to do our first run. Make it look like I know what I'm doing a little bit. Scored. Apologies for that first showing, but got her. Good spar, Hydaelyn.
At last, man has the strength to...
Good. Justinian? Alistair, you guys got anything to say about this? No? Hey. Oh, there you go. You got me once.
No, this can't be happening.
Yeah, we went a little too hard.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment.
She wanted that rematch. Hey, I clicked.
It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair.
And the ancients themselves, as they were unwilling to go that route. Which is why she did what she did.
You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled. To deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations.
I may or may not be snacking during this. Apologies for that.
I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
We are not space birds, unfortunately.
Indeed. To make
We are not
such a
space
journey
birds.
require an astronomical amount of ether. but a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child.
We could go to Exxon. No, that's not what I meant.
Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well.
Conversation was had about, does this mean every time there's been hold up, that Hydaelyn in this form has been hiding behind it? And I've likened it to basically her having a fast food loudspeaker somewhere in it.
It hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature.
She's hiding behind it, talking through the loudspeaker, a la the Wizard of Oz, or, you know, your local McDonald's. Here, think, and a large order of fries.
The Mother Crystal, our final hope.
Another comment I heard about this is like, what about the, because Zodiac was shown as a dark crystal, which makes you wonder if a similar amount of energy has coalesced in the center of the moon. So we're using up the Mother Crystal. Will we ever have to go grab energy from the Father Crystal?
I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on.
That's a fun little bit. So what kept her going through all the hard times and all that was the stories we told her up on the bridge.
Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azum, yes? As Hydaelyn, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance.
One of the things I think I've made a lot of commentary on other people's streams when they're playing through this.
Hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. So keep them close, but pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer.
Yeah. I mentioned it in other streams and stuff like that when I look into this part. That I'm actually really glad they didn't do like a heel turn on Hydaelyn.
My work is finished.
She's always been on our side, more than we ever knew.
Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
I don't think I've seen anyone not pick this option, and it's kind of hard, not to. Gotta call her by her actual name one last time. She deserves that much.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
I don't know why, but that hits me harder and harder the more that I, see it all through again. Because I keep watching other people playing through it for the first time. People seeing it blindly, not seeing it, not knowing what's happening. Kind of being reminded of my first time through. And also, even in this playthrough, seeing things I hadn't seen before. And having those streams identify things that I didn't catch. But now will be missed. Oh, sorry, I kind of flubbed some mechanics. So, fun thing about Living Way, in one of the streams I've been following recently, Octopimps, he's been playing it with the Japanese audio, and Living Way sounds a lot different in Japanese. She's very more proper and well-spoken. And it has its own sort of charm, though I'm not sure if it matches how sassy English Living Way is. So I'm worried that my mic is not picking up me when I get very quiet. when I'm leaning further back in my chair, and so I adjusted a little bit, and now it looks like every sound of me enjoying these Kit Kats is also being picked up. Of course, now, for Chanel. I guess he's earned to not have the derogatory nickname now. He has really come around on us. The power of the Loperates. Maybe the crystal's just really detailed. Vanal was a scholar after all. Crystal's very to the point of where Medion ended up. But yeah, we don't have much left to do. As I said, I went through and I cleaned up all of our side quests. We could jump over and do the level 89 roll quest. But I think I'll wait until we can hit 90 and just knock them both out at once. Lala, line up! What up? Are you haunted? Warrior of Light's haunted. I guess technically we kind of were when we merged with Ardbird. I blanked on his name. I don't know why. Use my sleeping claws.
There you are.
Get here!
Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead.
Again, real talk.
Well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
Real talk, I didn't recognize that voice either. I don't know why, sometimes just voices and information slips through my mind. I'm left with just random tidbits. Which is that whole concept of the Jeopardy memory that I mentioned during the Extra Large stream. If you want to go back and hear me ramble on about that. Time to put on my breakfast claws. I appreciate the little goodbye wave, Tataru. Hey, Forchi. Hey, Barney. For once, we don't have all the 99 in here. We kind of figured... She was actually on the dark side of the moon the entire time. She was just hiding there. And zone name drop. She's off in Norway. So that became a bit of a little running gag because Ultima Thule is a term that describes, you know, the place like furthest away, which is, it makes sense. And the universe would be in Ultima Thule, but like in the time where that term was coined, at some point it was used to describe Norway, or so what I've read on Twitter has told me. So. Wasn't Coco saying that you guys' technologies weren't incompatible? But then again, we have Sid now, so he might be able to figure something out. Give up our escape route to try and stop the final days from happening altogether. Yeah. Having the local gods, thumbs up helps a lot. She gave up everything. I'm sure some of them are a little ticked, but they probably like the idea of, well, if we're sending them to stop this whole thing so we don't have to leave in the first place... Once again, Urianger was the hype man, but not the way that the Loporrits were hoping for. Rather than hype up the moon, he hyped up the star itself. I mean, we're all of one mind to this, aren't we? He does not like the term hyper hopper. As much ease as we can, considering where we're going to be going. Just avoid taking the stairs entirely. It's okay, I did all of our side quests. Well, role quests still remain, but... It's fine, we're just gonna go punch the embodiment of despair and come back for lunch. Yep. Totoro's here! Didn't feel like we're in there very long at all. Darn right we will. Can I steal you for a second? A little fun turn of a phrase I like to use, like to ask if I'm gonna instead of borrow something. Like, can I steal that for a second? That's, you know, less stealing if you have permission. Cheating way. Ow. I just love the gall of that right there. Just let's have a card player Loporrit just straight up named Cheating Way. Apparently it's not all that hard actually, but I love the audacity on display there. Did you use the spindle of silk thread? Is that why that got sold? And of course, this is where, unsurprisingly, is where we get our artifact gear, and how fitting that we, it's made by someone we've had with us the entire time. Just need time for them to unbox everything. Oh, here. That's kind of handy. You can be in two places at once. Maybe that's why we can get our tombstone gear at Rods at Han. It's already paying dividends. So yeah, he heard about the result before even we did. We're gonna do it. We are gonna do it. I guess a thing I could talk about is I do appreciate the pacing of this expansion. They have a lot of heavy stuff, but they intersperse it with a lot of lighter moments, quieter moments, to let you kind of rebound and recover rather than hit you with heavy thing after heavy thing after heavy thing. Speaking of lighter moods, talking about the flow of the story mostly. Oh, that too. Maybe something actually warm if you have to go back to Ishgard, considering what you were wearing was still freezing you. Secret operations. I can't afflict anyone with Archon Loaf. I can't. Just trust me, it's better than the alternative. But yeah, like, you had the Disaster Trio antics in Thavnir to help, you know, ease us a little before we had the whole situation at the Tower of Zot. After all the heavy doom and gloom of Garlemald and having to fight Zodiark on the moon, we have the Loporrits, you know, and they help kind of ease the tension there. We come back to the final days, and then, you know, we get to go to Elpis and, you know, drag on Emmett for a while. We see what happened, you know, the despair that is what actually causing the final days. And then we get this little bit of hopeful thing where everyone comes together to bring us adamantite. We just delve into the, you know, a well of souls and got reminded of everyone who, you know, we fought with us along the way and end up killing Hydaelyn. And now we're getting to relax and talk with people while we wait for our boutique to open. It's really appreciated. It's something I always appreciate in stories in general, when they can balance serious and lighthearted, possibly even silly. I heard that little wandering flute in the background. What was that? So yeah, I definitely appreciate, you know, the pacing and setup. Now, like, I'll complain about some of the areas feeling like too big. Like, I will still complain about having to wander around the moon was a bit tedious. With all the big cracks you have to wander your way around until you get flying. But flying makes traveling everywhere easier, so, you know. Can't really say, you know, well, it's fine until you get, you know, you only have to hold on to it until you get flying, but... And of course, the tailing quests. Everything else I've been very, very content with. Of course, we're about to delve into a nest of despair and anguish, so definitely want to have this little unwind period to settle down and recover a little if the whole situation with Hydaelyn hit you hard. Enjoy some banter with some familiar faces. Like Wedge, forever crushing on Tataru. I am oddly curious of what Sid is going to be able to invent with, you know, he has Garlean knowledge, Allegan knowledge, he's, you know, studied Omega, and now he's getting Charlian, Razatan, and Loporrit technology. I'm expecting some really cool space airship at some point or something. Nero has been speechless this entire time, unfortunately. He has no voice lines. I love Alpha. Necessity is the mother of invention. Wedge. There are more days. There have been plenty of days where I feel more of a Wedge than a Biggs, with regards to my work. See you later, Biggs. Wedge. Wedge. And along with a calming period, we also get new duds. That'll probably promptly glamour over. Also have to see how Gogon looks in the Sage gear and maybe make some adjustments. Also, I remember her. She's one of the ones that that spoke the scripture when everything was going south. And yet, also saved her at the ice fields. So she's been popping up here and there. Even though I think now is the only time we actually get to know her name. And finally going from mostly still the original Tombstone gear from Shadowbringers into the artifact gear for Endwalker. Which is kind of what I did with my original run too, so this is actually par for the course for me. Aw, it's Ataru. It's interesting, like, so many people seem to just come upon that themselves here. Even Xeno seems to understand, you know. You find your own purpose, whatnot, and we have all these people apparently on other planets who never managed to figure it out. But I have deeper thoughts on that I'll probably touch on later. Anyway, we should be able to get ourselves our goodies now. We also have some salted cod, if that's your thing. And that's all that the role quests actually do. It just lets you dye the outfits. And we just snag them. There we go. Now we just have to make space for all of it, so we can put it all on. Why do I still have a pair of crimson breeches and ironworks belts of casting? I really need to go back through here and clean some of these items up sometime. It's okay look, but I think we are gonna stick with our usual. Even with the cool visor. And we've almost caught back up to Reaper in our equipment. It still has better accessories than we do on Healer. It's fine though, we'll manage. I think we'll keep these though. Some proper funnels. Just for a slight difference. Also, it very nicely fits our color pattern for our outfits. And, you know, I may not know much about fashion, but I still try to make Gogon look relatively fashionable. Some simulacrum of fashionable. And for some further gentle unwindings, something I feel like we really have not gotten to do very often, though we did do it a bit earlier, like where Graha got to have his cheeseburger finally. Just a nice sit down with the old guard. Like, I don't think even we got to sit down with the old guard. With Graha, like eating with Graha and them, the old guard wasn't there. It was the twins, Graha, and Kryl. So,
Your business with Chitauri was finished.
So I'm trying to remember if we've actually ever had a nice sit down with the old scions like this.
my, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Thancred also gets cheeseburger.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Noé. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world.
Waxing poetic. Well, more poetic, huh, Rianche?
Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Will there be a Starbucks there?
Ultima Thule.
Norway.
Where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
Yeah, it's about rain. Make sure you bring enough bullets to shoot God.
Oh, ye of little faith. I know better than to leave home without ample supplies, thank you very much. Didn't pick up the gunblade yesterday.
It was at least a week ago.
And to think I used to prefer fighting from the shadows. Gods, I really have changed.
How's that?
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home.
Darn right we will. For a second I was like, are you cutting that pizza with a fork and knife you stole? And then I'd see, no, she has a salad in front of her.
Preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies.
Yeah, I think I brought this up. The primal situation, I think I mentioned this when the Final Days stuff started, and we found out how terrible turning into, a despair beast, a blasphemy was. It was a good step up because all the problems regarding primals and the threat they caused has more or less gone away. We have the scales to help prevent getting tempered in the first place. A way to undo it if someone doesn't have a scale handy. And just relations with the beast tribes that would be summoning the primals to begin with seems to be getting better and better.
In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Well, they're having snacks, so I'm going to continue having some of mine. There we go.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after.
I mean, a lot of people thought you were going to die during your fight with Ranjit there, Thancred.
But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much will change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to affect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Must he?
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Hydaelyn? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections. To which end, I must find a means to travel between worlds.
Yeah, she's still working on that, and I'm hoping that we actually... that she does manage that, so we can, you know... Oh, definitely so they can go back to the first and visit everyone there, but also open up... checking out other realms, because the only other shard we've interacted with is the Void through the Crystal Tower.
'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you.
Not surprising.
And in return, I will take you to see Rita one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
You meant Thancred, not me.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
A really good nap.
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast? To victory.
Yep, got my drinking claws on.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
It's really nice to see, as I said, like, a nice calming point. It's just the old guard getting to hang out and unwind a little bit. Thancred, you gonna finish that burger? I'll eat it if you don't. I have to talk to Hydaelyn because I love this little side dialogue. Plastered Hydaelyn. Just keep thy secrets. Fine, keep your secrets. Let's go check on the bookworms, because I too enjoy me some books. What's Alphinaud's over Pudding Way. He's taking a cat nap. Eh? A peacefulness where you can fall asleep out under the stars.
Oh. Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come.
Sounds about right, honestly.
Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed.
I enjoy both these things.
To the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love. You deserve all the joy in the world.
Gogon seems too much of a, egotistical grump to really find true love, I think. He'd have to find someone who'd be willing to deal with him. I don't know.
There is so much that life has to offer. So much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear.
No, I'm curious. I hadn't thought about this until just now. There is a bonding ceremony, which basically you can get your characters married. Does that line change if you have performed the bonding ceremony that your character has married another character? Because then you potentially have already found true love.
So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget.
I'm more fighting Funnel and Fang these days.
But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
Cheeseburger.
This feels familiar.
Welcome back, Raha.
Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What are you... What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Nothing wrong with that.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
There's no shame if I'm totally gonna shame you about it.
How embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
I think you need to back it off a bit, Alice.
Sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
The overdraft fees here are crazy.
And you?
What? Did you look at me like that? Hey, Alphino. I got something that look familiar? Eh? 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 Ah.
Oh. What brings you here?
I just came to show you. Weren't you looking?
Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see.
I made a lot of mention of Estinian.
My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink.
I don't know if you want to be getting plastered in front of Alfie's parents, Estinian.
The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
Would you have jumped out a window? Not implying anything, of course, that you do that.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Hold on, I have one more speech.
Wait. Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart.
Alfie's grown a lot since we first met him. I remember him and a lot of people considering him very insufferable when he first got introduced because he was so self-righteous and not a lot unlike his father, I guess is a good way to put it.
Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
Like his father said, he's grown strong.
Who owes you thanks?
He's grown strong.
Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful. Together, we'll show the enemy the strength of mortal will.
The lad thanked them both in return, and Alpha was like, "Could we not make this a competition?" I didn't know that each of the other options was speaking to one of them directly, rather than that's I suppose like I'm looking for like I'm counting on both of you, not just Estinian. What's going on over here? Up. Hey, Xenos. Finding yourself a nice high place to sulk?
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly.
I mean, she wasn't wrong. You keep giving us bigger problems to deal with than with you. Things are going to be resolved by saying, "Hey, do you want to fight? Have a good spar."
In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
I sought to get you out of the way, Xenos. I reckon it's the day of reckoning. Oddly enough, I feel like the earrings are the ones that match lace with this outfit. I might need to find some new ones eventually.
How often have we thus assembled?
At least 7.
To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
They went from, just trying to help deal with primals to finding out the secret of the primals, where they came from, who was behind them, and the 2 oldest primals of all.
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments. From the joyous to the sorrowful.
The Crystal Braves and the Lala fell with the infamously deepest voice in the world in Japanese.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
A lot of help along our way.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium. To stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
There you go.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready.
Ready to go kick the Blackbird's door down. Tell her to turn down that awful music.
The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule.
Enjoy your flight to Norway.
Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteion. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
I mean, if we don't...
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait!
Little eye waver.
Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
I had the lads say you too, but like they're not throwing themselves to the end of the universe to fight the fight a manifestation of anguish, so. I hear someone dancing. I hear someone dancing. Who's dancing? Is it a farewell dance to see us off? And since we can fly, let's just skip the elevator entirely. And grump our way down from the heavens. The head to the stars. Boop. Yeah. But we are not allowed to fly in here. So I will say, I did look around here earlier. There is a vista point in here, as I thought there would. It's, around here. You just have to go left, you'll see it. If you're missing a vista point, not sure where to look. Cracking my knuckles and knuckles in preparation for this final journey. Hey, Alpha.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
Off the signals.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship.
There you go, good job.
It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a garland through and through.
No, it isn't, Sid. You didn't make this. You came in at the end to help out. This is like 100 years, like hundreds of years of Charlian work plus Lopera technology. You can't just go, I made this.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Don't feed his ego, Graha. He came in at the end. He's coming in holding out the ship like I made this.
Ah, don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of star-faring vessels. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you.
Again, makes me wonder what kind of gizmos and gadgets we're going to be seeing out of Sid in the future. Now that he's had hand in dealing with something like this.
In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return. So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Just keep calling it that. Just keep dragging him forever.
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars.
To be fair, I totally thought here that they were going to call this ship the Louisoix.
And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisoix not fought to protect this world.
Yeah.
And in so doing, laid down his life.
I mean, naming it after him would have been very, very appropriate. Going forth to save the world from a calamity once more.
Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here.
I was going to joke about that he thought ahead that we'd be going and flying into space to save humanity, but of course he kind of knew about that idea to begin with, just more of the retreating to the moon thing more than anything else.
In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The Starship Ragnarok.
which fits because that's also the name of a starship that you fly in Final Fantasy VIII, and probably one of my favorite airships. Close second is probably, I think it's called the Invincible? It might be the Invincible in Final Fantasy III, just because it has everything on it. It has shops, it has a bed.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
And it has a fat chocobo, if that's your thing.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves.
You're turning the Mother Crystal into a primal. How poetic.
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loperids are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Is that something we're going to be able to learn at some point?
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loperit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Hydaelyn gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar.
Has one of you actually tried? Is there a...
She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
This loophole sounds like it's been thought up by Cheating Way.
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief.
So yeah, that's not actually part of that at all. It is specifically due to the Ascian form of summoning.
Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner.
Which raises an interesting thought. We've always thought that the Ascians were tempered by Zodiark.
In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiark, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
So that implies a lot of this is... Like, we always thought the Ascians were tempered by Zodiark by the summoning, but no, these guys have fully been wanting to do this of their own volition. This has always been of their own desires. Like, even like Emmett, I always thought in Shadowbringers, part of the reason why he wasn't able to really live with people was because of his tempering of Zodiark. But this kind of implies that... I'm circling the text box like you can see me doing that. That was never the case. Which is an interesting thought in and of itself. Everything the Assassins...
Be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you.
Everything the Assassins did, they did of their own volition. Their own belief in Zodiark and what he could accomplish.
When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship.
This feels a lot more fitting for the lad because he was definitely the sort who would do that.
In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Make sure you hold hands with your travel buddy.
Lead the way.
May we have a moment? In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
iPhones. Enjoy.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
Y'all come back now, you hear?
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
Will there be in-flight snacks? Do we get a movie?
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
Can I at least get some salted peanuts? All aboard! Though I will say, for a ship that's supposed to be moving a bunch of people, you figure there'd be more seating. We expected to stand the whole way? Sleeping way. Though I guess maybe they're seating in the
I
back.
hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back.
Hope you all went before we left.
Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
How? You guys took all the seating. That's still a really neat effect. I love this kind of advanced technology in our Final Fantasy.
Incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan,
14?
the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
So, are we ready?
Now, in...
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. The burnt-out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I had the lad. He let Alphino do the honors. Gogun, no. Gogun will take the command. He's doing it. Ragnarok! Launch!
Engage!
The arcane railgun is ready to launch her ship.
Into the sky. I cannot imagine a greater indignity.
Calm down, Garuda. Yes!
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter.
You tell him, Susano.
Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor.
With vigor!
Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice.
Rejoice!
So come, let us revel.
Love you, Susano. There's a reason you're my favorite primal.
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Better sentiment, I still love Susano more, sorry. Susano will forever be best primal. Dynamic! Oh, sorry.
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even.
I'm loving this!
Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within protected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
Do you measure everything in carats, guys?
Alright, let's go over some points of caution.
Please do not roll the windows down.
Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness.
Norway.
That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway.
I'm kidding. I've never been to Norway. Sure, it's lovely.
From what we know of Meteon, she's likely used Dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
I mean, I think there's gonna be nothing but trouble there, Living Way. We're not going to a Denny's.
We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
Shake warning. Shake warning.
What is this?
Turbulence alarm.
Something is interfering with the equipment.
Wait, that wasn't Mapping Way's voice. That was Living Way's voice, wasn't it?
Greetings.
Nice boat you've got here.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
So this is Meteon.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
Yeah, we're returning the delivery, thank you.
We didn't ask for that.
We asked for the chicken chow mein.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost, stolen away by events beyond your control. There is
There's no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric.
Oh, there are spots of brilliance amongst the darkness, Meteon. Come on. Dial it back a bit.
Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you.
I kinda am.
That life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now.
I do not like that neck crack.
I can't breathe. You approach the bounds of my ultimate, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
Smack the chaos out of you, lady. And now for the other area that I really like a lot. I still probably put Elpis as my favorite area just because of everything that happens there. But now we're approaching... The last zones have always been very strong, and this will be no exception.
Thancred?
And it starts off with a bang.
Meteon has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination.
There we go. There's a proper mapping way voice. Maybe I was just mishearing it earlier. I don't know.
This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End.
In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell.
So, let them bring it to a close, I say.
Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
Now, one thing I never checked. Do we actually get the teleporter as a key item? That would be really funny if you just had a button, it as an actual item in your key items you can use to teleport back. It is a very strange way to have strange for this new world. We're off. DECA. Sounds familiar. Also, space dragons. This one didn't do so well. Can I comment on the dragons anywhere? Oh, I definitely recognize it. All the more. Also, the naming convention kind of gives it away. I guess. But then I had the experience of having the idea and then having it proven right later. Dark. So you guys can't see any of this. Do you not see the dragons? Not gonna comment on them? Around the ruins of the Dragon Star. Perhaps. Yeah, dragons. Yeah, like that one. Do you see that one? Does it look like dragons to you? If anyone is going to be seeing the dragons, besides me, it's got to be Estinian. Estinian is totally going to mention that. He's like, oh yeah, no, I also see these. Let's head south a little bit, just to grab this bit of map. There we go. They're actually there. Got one chasing me right now. Fine. There we go. Probably death and anguish. If I had to hazard a guess. I mean, if we go back to what we remember about the Dragon Song, about the war on the Dragon Star, they had to deal with Omega's people.
Dragons? Here?
Here be dragons.
What you see is a memory of a world that once was.
The Dragon Star.
A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness.
Omega's people were thorough.
These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
So they're very much like doing the same thing their kin did on Atheris of fueling Bahamut.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not?
Is he invisible?
Oh, yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send. I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
She Dragon Song dived out of the way.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
I mean, we have a MacGuffin that can bring him back, right? We weren't sure yet if they were Dragon Star dragons. The names are perfectly matching. Some way of talking, everything. Omega. Shattered egg. I don't like all this squishing. One of them lived. Let's go find it. You know, if the terrain allows us. Just sitting there and taking it, huh? So they came and fought the dragons, and then like, you know what? We actually don't want this planet, and then left after causing all that destruction. Thanks, Omega's people. A memory of how the Dragon Star ended up. We'll race. See who gets back first. Her driving or me taking the teleport? I win. Good race. It's an enclosed space. We can walk but cannot proceed. I mean, they are being kept here specifically for that purpose. Don't try to convince them, just overpower them. Let's go see Albert End. This has got to be extra hard on Estinian, huh? It's kind of a cold example of what could have happened if the Dragon Song War also continued. Maybe not to this heavy a degree, but this is how Ishgard could have ended up. And the lands around it.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
So, waiting to die like all the others, are you? So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind. Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive.
One race. Denounced conflict. They were conquered.
Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No. You must be willing to confront it. To stare into the face of your foe and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Stay back! That bars our way. The rest is up to you.
No! Not Estinian too!
There's a wind. He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
The music's just a little bit clearer.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
It was around this point that my brain was on fire. Maybe just to try to cope with, what was happening. Part of me was just like, well, we have a MacGuffin that can bring them back. We'll bring them back. We're not gonna lose them. They wouldn't do that to us, right? But at the same time, to help, get my mind off it, maybe the doubt that it might not, was I was trying to think of how things would end up from here. I had in mind that there was totally going to be, had to be enough for a 4-man dungeon, potentially at the end of this, where we resolve whatever conflict happens and get everyone back. So I started thinking about how that would play out. And I started thinking of, what we got. And derived a pattern that I thought was happening. Thancred, because, you know, wind. We got wind from Estinian. So that, to my mind, went, Thancred gave us Earth. Gave us, a place we can traverse where we can survive. Thancred gave us air. I was wondering if we're doing a whole... like a return to the basics, the 4 crystals. Earth, wind, water, and fire. And was thinking, if that happens, we're losing 2 more. And who are they going to be? I had a feeling that the twins were going to stay with us, so it was a matter of which of the other 3 are we going to lose in bringing in the other of the 4 base elements. I will agree with some people. I think I mentioned this before. The idea that, the quest accepted, quest complete music does kind of break the flow. It would be nice in certain areas like this that you didn't have those. Rose paved and sacrifice. Now there's another fun, I guess if that's a word you want to use for it, tidbit, that someone else pointed out that I did not realize at first. There are no aether currents on that first island. None. None at all. Their wings are too heavy to fly. They will never take to the sky again. By Estinian giving us the wind, we now have aether currents. I don't know if that was an implied thing. I totally would believe it was. That along with giving us the way forward, his sacrifice gave us the aether currents. Which will ultimately allow us to fly here. Here we go. Oh, just one straight north. We'll hit that up after we talk to these guys. It's an alien script. There it is. I see it up there. You mean the giant eyeball? Oh. You mean the tower. Well, first we're gonna go grab this. No. 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 Here. Ah, they advanced out of their spirit people. Got the 5 senses and the 7 other ones. That's a lot of questions. Do you want to live again? No. Quite the opposite. I'll explain why they can do that. They're not corporeal. They may want flesh, and you are made full, and you are made of quite a lot of it. Excuse me. North by northwest. A little bit further, I guess. Oh, there it is. Grab them as I can, so then I can just grab the Aether Current quests and wrap those up and get flight nice and quick. And since we're right... Oh. Since we're right here... We're Aether right here. Hey guys, I went on ahead. Hope you don't mind. They live in rock cocoons. Or crystal cocoons. Finite nature. Ah, mental knock-knock. The use of finite is an interesting one. Because there was another report from Medion of a race who thought time, the limitations of things being finite was the problem, and sought infinity. Is that the... If so, perhaps we can tell or recall what issue they ran into even before it gets revealed to us. Flesh abandoned. As sentences themselves begin to unravel. Hello. Do you remember what was it? Did you do the thing you do when guests show up? No. What was it again? I don't know. I thought you knew. I don't remember either. Can we look it up? Can't. Internet's down. We can't Wikipedia it. At some point during all this, I started having the idea that perhaps this was going to be the element of water. We dealt with earth, we did with air, and now we'd have water. And also that kind of fit because, you know, we have the whole concept of Thaliak being the bearer of knowledge and they're water-based. Which also implies that the one that we would lose next would be either Y'shtola or Oriange. Oh hey, we're gonna get to eat a big splash of aether, huh? Russia's sweet, sweet ether. How about here? Yeah, there's a very much an Amarat feel here, which is neat. Probably should turn my camera to actually look at, you know, who was talking. Carrots, apparently. How very primitive and quaint! You consume food through your mouths? They thought the problem was the finiteness of all things, and thus they sought infinity. To know where everything came from and where everything is going. Uh-oh. They didn't find something good. Where knowledge leads, with the O being the infinity symbol for the people who sought infinity. Of course, I think around this point I had definitely thought that the next element was going to be water, and since water is knowledge, and Urianger is acting weird. I was originally thinking it was going to be Y'shtola, and then now I'm thinking, well, it could be Urianger. And my wild theories are being further cemented by the fact that where we went to go have our conversation with him has a bunch of water. You know, kind of fulfilling my own thoughts as we have our conversation about this nice big lake of water. I'm sorry, I lied. Mion said that she actually accepted their darkened hearts into her being. Which at the time I said sounded very dangerous. So the idea here is, yes, they were at a bad time, but they could have recovered. But that anguish overpowered her, and through her power of dynamis, she caused these stars to wind to an end. So rather than coming across a star that was doomed, coming in at a bad time and not knowing how to handle it, and having the power to adjust and be affected by it and affect emotions, brought up the planet's dooms. Because yeah, this is kind of points to a theory that I was thinking about. Like, you'd figure, and I've actually had this conversation with my sibling, that you would have figured that one of the Medions, at least a few of them, would have found some planets that were completely fine. Like, not everyone has to have been dead or in the middle of a war or suffering from a plague. Maybe they were just down their luck, or maybe they're even having a good time. But the whole idea is like, as more and more of that anguish and despair builds up, considering how the rest of them seem to just overpower our Medion that we met in Elpis, that the points of light, like, this is kind of like the term of points of light is kind of sometimes for like D&D campaigns like that, where every place is dangerous, but here and there are safe havens. There are points of light, places of safety and goodness amongst all the darkness. And if that's kind of how the universe is implied here, those few points of light, the information about those are getting drowned out by the more heavy feelings of despair, but that are probably more prominent. Now here, Urianger is telling us, how to figure out what the problem is on each of these islands to keep moving forward, which kind of further cemented my thought that, okay, he's going to be the next one. Because, yeah, this is very, very death flaggy. Yeah, like, seriously. He couldn't say any louder, I'm planning to sacrifice myself to move you forward. With the waters of knowledge, in my mind, anyway. my thoughts here again. Yep. He's sacrificing himself. That's gonna be water. Then we're gonna have the third element, and start wondering who's gonna be fire. Would it be Graha? Y'shtola has a fiery temper. Graha has a fiery passion. Oh. And I'm abandoning him when I'm supposed to be talking to him. The funny thing is, like, I started thinking about, like, from a mechanical sense. Okay, you know, we're going to be down to 4 people, and we need to be able to cover every role. And Graha would kind of have to be around because he can cover every role. So the only issue in that setup, and I started thinking about that, was, what if you brought a healer? Because, okay, you could have him as a tank, you could have Alice as DPS, but Alphino is still pure healer. He doesn't have a secondary role like Urianger or Thancred did in the trial. Just continue trying to figure out how that final dungeon setup would work. Unless, you know, they did like surprised us with maybe Alphino getting a DPS function. Much like Urianger.
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell DEC. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand.
We learned of the Big Bang.
Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies.
They sought infinity and found out that everything was finite.
Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter onto an eternal ice age.
They learned of the heat death of the universe.
In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
And there we go. We knew it. Yustola was going to be the one now. It's
So
Yustola.
that's your story.
Yustola's doing it instead of Rianje.
While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the Air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
She enjoys learning too much. She's not willing to
Stola,
wait.
no! You mustn't!
Rianje knew it was coming.
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught. But I will live as I always have.
There you go. Exactly. Sorry, it's a very good feeling. Listening to them again. It's like, yes, like obviously it's going to be a problem for them because they live forever, but you could still enjoy the time that you have. Sure, your civilization may fade away, but that doesn't mean to give up enjoying the now, living in the now, looking forward to what may come in the near future. Even if, there is an ultimate heat death of the universe, at least for us, maybe it's different for the Ea. It's thousands upon thousands of years away, and we don't even know if that's a truth. Maybe there is something that we don't even know about, that we couldn't know about. that will cause things to come back and, you know, rebound. Maybe we'll go back to a big crunch, or we'll figure out a way to jump between membranes to different universes and exist that way.
I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
Like, even, like, the whole point of this thing is everyone's saying the final days are coming, there's no way to stop it, the only way is to escape. Us refusing that and looking for new ways, checking things out, and, you know, refusing to just give in and reduce to indolence, have found a potential way to fix it.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
We have become bird.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it.
Oh hey, your show's actively gonna mention the MacGuffin.
Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic.
And there's the curveball. Hey, you have a MacGuffin that can save everyone, but if you do that, everything that they're holding up Ultima Thule. If you pull them away, everything will return to an empty, into an unlivable, despairish, hellish nightmare, and we'd all die.
We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
So yeah, hey, that MacGuffin you got from Hydaelyn, useless. Top of that though. Why two?
As subterfuge is not required. Thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
No, we want. What if we need you?
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey.
Like seriously, my first time I said things, why two? Keep what? Can we keep one of you? If we have to keep sacrificing people to move on, like maybe it's a horribly pessimistic, pragmatic way of looking at it. Is like, why we're giving up two people? Why are we giving up two?
And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality.
But seeing this again makes me wonder if it's an idea of that he doesn't feel like he's strong enough by himself to... His will is not strong enough. He's still having his own doubts that he's strong enough on his own to do this. So the best thing he can do is he understands this situation so he can help support Y'shtola in doing this. Which is kind of a sad thing for Arianje, considering.
Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
But again, it kind of fit with my original idea of, like, okay, we're dealing with water. Water, knowledge. Knowledge is going to be either Arianje or Y'shtola, and I kept going back and forth. Is it Arianje? Is it Y'shtola? Is it Arianje? Oh, it's Arianje because he's talking to us. Nope, here's Y'shtola sighing. It's got to be Y'shtola.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
The strange thing was I was right. Because it was both. But now we're down to our 4-person group, unless we get someone special, like someone pops up to join in. For our 4-man that I was expecting to be at the end of this. But they kept pushing my idea of, okay, it's got to be the 4 elements. Earth, wind, water.
An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
Is it one that you actively extinguished? Or...
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn, alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
It starts getting harder and harder to read. Victory, file lost. I'm actually making an active point to see if I can decipher what each of these ones, because they get harder and harder to read. And I don't know if they are supposed to actually be saying things, or if I'm just reading too far into it. Also, I am musing on if I want to go long today, because I kind of don't want to stop this. Stopping like partway through this seems not right. It might be a couple hours over, like another bonus extra large stream. It might not be as long as last time's, Fridays, where it was 10 hours. But I really, we're at one of these points where I don't feel like there's ever going to be a good stopping point at this point. Well, doesn't this look very, very familiar? Level checkers and betas. Oddly enough, I may have, and if I get stuck, I may actually have to double back a little bit and do some side quests specifically to get us up to 90 if we're reaching that part yet. If we get stopped by a level cap or a level requirement, which might eat up more time. Oh yeah, this terrain is very obnoxious. Graha is not wrong. But yeah, I had a good feeling of where this was, who we're dealing with next as soon as I got here. Hello, 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 hello! Shutting down. Excuse me, I want this. Excuse me. No, no, no. Stop checking my level. Stop it. Rude. But yeah, no. Very clearly, this is, we saw the Dragon Star. Now we're getting to see, Omega's homeworld, which was similarly devastated. East? Okay, there's another one over here. Let's go. To the south? Oh, that way. Right. I always get turned around with directions here. I don't know why. Maybe it's because we keep teleporting around. Greetings and welcome to the planet Blip Bloop. Oh, the planet's name is Bleep Bloop. We fight the evil Decepticons. Oh. Maintaining state of combat readiness. Oh. And like Omega, you're underestimating our combat power. Hi. Yep, there you go. Alpha Stigma. I see. Wow, okay. We've actually literally hit that roadblock sooner than I thought we would. It's right here. We need to be level 90, huh? Cool. Do I have any roulettes I can still do to get us a good level? I did a couple to, to get us Reaper up to where I wanted it to be so we could use it for our dungeon, for doing the adioscope. So I can't just jump into, say, MSQ and make sure I'll get that level, but it's fine. We get to see one of the other dungeons that we haven't seen in a while. Tower of Babel. Let's see how folks handle it. And it actually gives me more live practice with Sage, honestly, against, with actual people doing, potentially pulling bigger numbers and whatnot. I'm too used to just running with primarily trust for this stuff. Oh, here he goes, doing a big pull. There we go. Not too bad. Hopefully this should also be very quick. This should go quick because human players do a lot more damage just overall. Felix, no! Got myself hurt worrying about Felix. Oops. There we go. Now maybe I can stabilize a little bit again. Oh. Don't care, don't care. Actually, I don't think I need any gear from here at all. Like, even the rings are literally about the same level as the gear I'm already wearing for my accessories, for the most part. Everything else is honestly actually better. Everything is up to Kidios. That said, I also have to worry a lot less for the NPCs throwing themselves in the random things, throwing off my tempo, and me getting myself hit because I'm worrying too much about everyone else other than myself. Considering I'm probably one of the most important roles here. Considering I'm the only one who can raise out of this group. I don't have a backup reser. I go down, we're screwed. Fortunately, though, it looks like we'll be fine. Looks like I got a whole crew of people are about on level for this area. Knowing the quick hotkey to target your tank immediately definitely helps a lot with this sort of chaos, I gotta say. Especially for a dirty clicker like me. Also, I forgot, you get more items from the chest when you're actually with other people. And we're fine. Safe spot's right here. There we go. That's an interesting way to do it, actually. Just popping in and out of frog form. Never would have thought of that. I must admit. We're fine, though. Oh, getting a little bit of lag there. Not sure why I'm getting these little lag spikes. Axel going for the big pull. Trusting us to keep him up. Can't let him down on that. There we go. And good. Okay. May not be keeping him at the max health, like full health that I usually like having my tanks, but doing well enough. back up the camera a little bit. I'm keeping up close for like framing and stuff. It's not really working out. Wow, okay. Now, I wonder if this is supposed to be a reference to the Final Fantasy II Emperor with that look. Would not surprise me, honestly. Oh yeah, he's not gonna last very long at all at this rate. No. I love that skill so much. Just the ultimate no button. Like, he didn't even get through all of our pankamas. So I don't know how he still did damage to us, but geez, Benitez. Let's get ourselves some more lasers, because I always love more lasers, I gotta say. There we go. Oh, that was perfectly enough. And now a skill I've never used before. Okay, guys. You want some hovering machine guns, maybe? Oh, I already have a pair of those? Okay. Did not know. Sure. Oh well. And they all left me. Well, since we're here, got found before I could fully mount, apparently. Please, not now. Those dice was just one quick dungeon to get us the level we needed. There we go. Now we should be able to turn in that quest. Bleep, 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 bleep. The emotion that bars away amongst all these robots. Now, I've mentioned before that, like, Medion gives hints about some of these when she gives her report back in, when we're dealing with her, after we face Hermes. Or even before. Just back on Elpis. And this one, I'm actually not too sure on. I have a feeling it's maybe the one that said, like, when where, like, the leader decided everything would end. Like, in a fit of rage, got rid of everybody. And then asked why he did that, he terminated himself. Maybe a pointless exercise. It would be utterly futile. Help not found. Again, I should point out that this is me guessing at what these titles are actually supposed to be saying. I could be completely wrong. Excuse me. Don't you beep at me like that. You either. Heck of a view, though, for this area. Hey, 42. Answer to everything? The vista that answers everything? There must be some way to turn it on. Have you checked to see if it's plugged in? Maybe it's just unplugged.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough. But if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega. Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
Based off of its one weakness in Final Fantasy V.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
What if we shock it?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Why would it have a glowing weak point?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Now, my question is, if you're here as a black mage, do you get the option to zap it instead? It's like, they'll let me do it? What if I use my awesome device?
You still have it. Sid and Nero's legendary device, which brought low the super weapon Omega.
Sorry, I saw someone pick this option and watching Graha freak out. Like, oh, geez, what? You have that thing? Amused me a lot, so I had to show it on stream.
Wait. The actual device was much too big to lug around, so you must only have the control module. And there I was getting all excited.
Uh-huh.
Never mind. An old-fashioned spell will suffice.
Fine. I am curious if we get the option to actually cast lightning yourself if you come in with a black mage. Or a red mage. Something I guess well, no, I couldn't have tested it because my red mage isn't high enough level.
It worked!
Open information to Communications Module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Sigma 1 now online. As a primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir.
Call me Sir. Render the proper honorifics. Thank you.
Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Checking Outlook. No new emails. Shutting down.
Wait. We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with set guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
Why would the leading unit have access restricted? Unless he means to us.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
No, go away.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post.
Do we look like Sir, do we look like Omicrons to you?
End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Alright, so I'm actually having second thoughts. I was thinking about, well, I just go long and just finish this up in one go. But I'm actually having second thoughts here, and just, if we're going to split this up, now might be the time. That way I can also, maybe next time, open up with finishing off the last two of the healer role quests. Because I do want to show those off here, and I can't think of a good time, if we keep going, where I would be able to split that up into doing that. It would also give me some time to just finish cleaning up some of these quests here as well. Just so we are, basically set to go to wrap things up next time. So I'll just show off this one of my favorite gemstone vendors, being N1499 here, being just, I am programmed to trade these gemstones. I don't know why. Beep. And I guess we'll wrap it up there. I'm gonna grab myself something to eat for dinner. And we will finish this off either Friday or Saturday. I think. We cannot have more than... We definitely only have like one more stream of this. Technically the other stream may be short, but if it does run short, then I can switch characters and show off the whole goofy thing about the first boss of the Catesis dungeon. So, I think we are actually going to stop it here. And of course, I'd like to thank everyone who came by to watch, whether live in the VOD or live or in the VOD, I should say. Always appreciate it. Hopefully, you guys who have been enjoying yourselves. Unfortunately, it does not look like I usually like to raid people, but it looks like no one of my usual crew is up and about. Huh. Is anyone's gonna be starting soon that I can just waste a little time for? This might work. It's not someone I actively have followed, but I am familiar with, and is a friend of a couple other streamers I follow, so... If this is who I think it is. Oh no! Okay, no, they're offline too. Dang. Had ideas. Oh well. It's fine. Well, in that case, I'll just kind of just continue my outro here. As I said, thanks everyone who came by, hung out, and all that stuff I said before. Still holds true. Hopefully you guys are enjoying yourselves. As mentioned, I'll probably finish Friday. Jason is doing a Jason Plays Games on Twitch stream. Friend of mine is doing a pajama party most likely for New Year's Eve. So I may be participating and or also screen sharing for that. Depending. I'll have to talk with him about it. In which case, Saturday will probably be when we wrap up 14. And that would mean Sunday we go back to the usual schedule and start off the new year. We'll start off the new year with finishing Endwalker and going back to Super Robot Wars 30. So for those of you who've been wanting me to get back to that stuff, there you go. We'll be returning to usual pretty soon. And then, as much, I have some ideas for some Friday stream stuff, so next year should be starting. Can you believe it? We're gonna be in next year by that point. We're gonna be in 2022. Hopefully, I have some fun stuff in store for you guys. So definitely come by and swing by and hang out. One last time, because I cannot emphasize enough. Thank you guys for coming by, hanging out. Always appreciate it. And I will see you next time I see you. And until then, you take care of yourselves, alright? Catch you later.